Could we have Mr. Switch? If you want to come to the podium.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this wonderful evening we're gathered here today. Lord, be with us as we continue with our school board meeting tonight. Be with all speakers and the board members tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, go ahead and take some time to review the agenda. Okay, do we have any modifications, amendments, board members?
I have none.
I don't have any either.
Okay,
I have none.
okay, we'll go ahead and vote on that. And Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member. Oh, that's true. Okay, can we have a motion to vote?
No motion was made. I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda.
A second, please.
I second it.
Who'd you get, Secretary Wells? Okay. Okay. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, any comments from the audience?
No comments from the audience.
Okay, item 3A, board member reports. Vice President Haskell.
I don't have anything at this time.
Secretary Wells.
I have nothing to report.
Board Member George.
I have nothing at this time.
As you may hear, she's making progress, so thank goodness. Get better. And Board Member Montoya?
Yes, as some of you know, I'm out here in DC and I had some very good meetings with our congressional representatives staff. In particular, there was a couple of bills that have been forwarded, one by Senator Hirano from Hawaii, which Senator Lujan and I believe Senator Heinrich are also supporting, and that's the Impact Aid Infrastructure Partnership, which Impact Aid construction appropriations of $18.4 million is hugely inadequate. And what the act does is to add an additional $1 billion over 4 years, $250 million a year, where 75% are competitive grants and 25% are formula distributions with 20%. There's grants awarded criteria based on bonding capacity and identified priorities of health, safety, and emergencies or code violations for teacher housing. The other is, which is gaining a little bit more support, the Advancing Towards Impact Aid Full Funding Act, which is a bipartisan bill, HR 1591 in the House and S 891 in the Senate. Fully funds basic support and provides increases to construction on federal property and children with disabilities over 5 years. They're still looking for additional Senate and House sponsors as well. So I was able to make sure that I expressed that to our representatives. Again, Senator Lujan is very supportive in that, as well as Senator Heinrich. And I try to get the others in the House to do the same. And also, I discussed with him our needs with the J1 visa holders and H1B. There's some stipulations that we found in collaborating with Chin Lee. There's other avenues that we're trying to get as far as the regulations are concerned to try to get the federal government to apply some pressure, not necessarily through law, but through regulation change and adding in one of the stipulations, one of the policies for specifically language to add tribal reservation lands as a priority for visa holders to fill positions, because in one of the CRs it's specific to science and arts, but it doesn't really specify specific use or acknowledging of education. So I was able to express that again to all three of our representatives, which is the congressional delegate and the Senate representatives as well. And again, the challenges that we're having in filling these positions, also the loss of tax revenue through the shutdown of San Juan Generating Station, our McKinney-Vento challenges and increases that we've had over the past year, the loss of SB9 money, and how important, and I've said this time and time again, how important that impact aid becomes as we lose this tax revenue stream with these power plants going away. So I continue to express that to them and how it directly impacts our students. So I will be bringing back to the superintendent some grant opportunities to the federal government, and they can do what they need to do to fill these out and then get these back to Senate representatives to assist us with additional funding through grants. And that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you say what conference you're at?
My apologies, at the NAFIS, National Association of Federally Impacted Schools conference, and also one of their subgroups. We had yesterday we had a 2-hour session with NISA, which is the National Indian Impacted Schools Association. We met for a couple of hours with the different school districts and representatives from those that are part of NISA as well too. So it's some very good conversations. And I even had the opportunity to question some of the representatives from the Department of Education about getting contacts with the leadership within the Department of Education to assist us with our visa holders. And so hopefully we'll make some headway there too. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a combination. They don't hold them separate. The impact.
They do. The NAFIS one is the primary, but they also have a subgroup. There's 5 different branches of NAFIS that service in different areas for individuals that receive impact aid in the different capacities. And NISA, as the military, they have their 2-hour breakout session. NISA has their 2-hour breakout session. And there's 3 others that also have a 2-hour breakout session. So we're able to discuss the specific issues that we have on those different lands, federal lands.
Okay. So just to let our audience to know, a lot of these the new acronyms you hear and board members attending now has really been the result of the closures that have happened. We find ourselves reaching out to, as we worked on and looking to see how to grow that pot and impact aid. We come across other organizations that deal exactly for that, and then some organizations we are finding that Navajo Nation's not even in there. And as they put it, Navajo Nation has figured they're a big tribe and that they can do things and don't need the support of others. But here we are finding that we do need the support of other tribes, especially in education. And so a lot of these conferences that come up and other than JOM, other than our spring National School Board and New Mexico School Board, there's these others that that we are attending and having our voice heard. And I'm really glad that Board Member Montoya is there and letting them know that hey, Navajo's over here, a community that's the result of, environmentalists or environmentalist plans that this is the result. This is what is happening. And McKinney-Vento is just the newest fact that we're finding that with homeless students that has tripled from 150 to over 500 plus now. So, just to let our audience know that, yeah, these may be new conferences, but they're needed now, and it's only with their support. And then, we're more and more we're hearing about federal shutdowns, about the government shutdowns and things like that. I think last week there was a rumor about that, and when that happens, it affects us. It affects schools across the reservations because that's federal money, and so there's resolutions that have been pushed by the board and by Vice President Haskey. Excuse me. And Board Member Montoya, myself, and our attorney, Jermaine Chappelle. So these are some of the things that we're working on, and the late Joe Garcia, that's why we give him so much credit, is that through his influence and his role, officer role in the National Congress of American Indian, he helped push that resolution. And so just to explain a little bit more, and to know that that these are needed now because of the result of these closures, and I think now I'm hoping that as decisions are made, they tend to look at the schools, because before they weren't looking at the schools, they weren't asking those questions, but we're tied in at the last part of that cascading effect. We're at the last part. And for my board member report, attended National JOM, and it's always a delight, because the last time I attended, I came back with handmade moccasins. So anyhow, but those make and take sessions. The one that I was really looking forward to didn't happen, but there was other sessions that as far as IEC, hearing from other tribes, how their committee is, how it's organized, how the bylaws are set up, and there's some things that we're doing that's a little different than other tribes, but it all goes back to the bylaws, and that should be made up by the board. And of course, I added my 2 cents in about, you got to remember that the school board is the board, and that the IEC is only a subcommittee, and that you still got to let them know, what is happening within IEC. And so, there was those talks, and just a whole range of different topics of things that pertain to JOM. And they had some students there. I'm thinking from Scottsdale area. I may be wrong, but they talked about how the money is used, and that was and that's why they were there, and they sat in on some of the sessions as well. But other than that, it went pretty well, pretty fast, and of course dealing with allergies is something else. But thank you.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
if I may, I want to specifically name and correctly name the other branches that fall under NAFIS, the subgroups. There's the Federal Lands Impacted Schools Association. They advocate on behalf of school districts receiving impact aid under Section 7002 Federal Property Funds. Those districts serve nearly 900,000 students. The other one is LOISA, LOSIA, as they call it. That's Learning Opportunity Impacted Schools Association. They represent school districts with a learning opportunity threshold lot number of 50% or less. Lot is needs-based proportional formula. Congress developed this formula allocating impact aid section 7003 basic support funds. The next one is, as I've said before, the Military Impacted Schools Association, MESA, which is a national organization that serves school districts with a high concentration of military-connected children. And then, of course, NISA, NIISA, which represents and advocates on behalf of nearly 600 Indian land districts serving over 1 million students. And that's the ones that CCSD represents as well. So those are the subgroups, and then they have the subgroup meetings for a couple of hours to disseminate information and knowledge, but they all fall under NAFIS, National Association of Federally Impacted Schools that receive impact aid. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to do B, Superintendent Report.
Thank you, Board President Aspis, members of the board, audience. I just wanted to ask Sharon, did we go over the comments first? There were those? None? Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to jump on a little piggyback about the JOM conference. I don't know if you mentioned, we did have our team from ICO. We had quite a few representing our district. I believe everybody had a really good time. At the conference, they also received an award. And I was going to ask Cookie, what is the name of the award, Dr. Lopez? Was it Southwest again? Southwest Exemplary Program Award. 2 years in a row. So our ICO folks are doing good things with Johnson O'Malley. So congratulations again to folks from ICO. I'm just going to go over a couple things real quick. I know that some of you have heard these things. I have Board President Aspis there. I saw she started her timer. So I'll make sure I keep it fairly quick. The first thing is, a couple weeks ago I mentioned that we had some projects in the works recently that are either finished or are nearing completion. So I'd kind of like to mention those. The Kirtland Middle School bleachers are installed. So that's a big deal. We have playground equipment installations across a couple of the schools. I believe they're finished, both at Ojo, Amarillo, and Mesa's lower playground. So they have new playground equipment. Mesa now has a lot of grass and a beautiful playground down there, so we're doing good things out there. Additionally, the Kirtland, the pool, the natatorium, and the Judy Nelson baseball fields are both scheduled to be complete shortly. I gave some dates before, and I know those have been pushed back a little bit, so I want to be careful, but they're both scheduled to be completed soon. I believe the pool within the next month or so, and then the baseball field probably a little bit after Christmas. So they're making good progress. Also, the planning for Newcomb Elementary continues on a weekly basis. Just so everybody knows, we're working in all three areas, and we have projects going on in all three areas and improvements. And so thank you to the operations department for all the progress they're making. Also, a couple weeks ago, I mentioned that we have some out-of-school times, some after-school programs going on. The main thing I want to mention about those is that, so we've asked for schools and principals to think outside the box. In our after-school programs, instead of just being tutoring, homework help and that kind of thing, we said, have some fun with it. The state's going to fund some things that bring our students to school and keep them in our schools. So I just want to highlight a couple of those, a couple examples. Kirtland Elementary had a variety of activities, including fabric art, chess and checkers, open gym games, arts and crafts, yearbook, sewing, gardening and cooking, STEM projects, and seasonal arts and crafts. And just one more real quick. Sabadon Middle School will be offering after-school enrichment programs focusing on artist careers. They'll host after-school programs including chess, dance, robotics, science labs, Dine Club, powwow club, yearbook, anime, fitness club, game boards, and Legos. So those are just a couple examples. I have, on my address a couple weeks ago, I gave more examples. But that's just a couple examples right there. And the last thing is, this last Thursday and Friday, we had our student-led parent-teacher conferences. So thank you to all the parents who showed up. Thank you to the teachers. I know some parents are a little reluctant to have those type of conferences still, and a little bit worried about them, but let me assure you that they went really well. Students are the focal point of the conferences, and they're taking charge of those conferences and letting their parents know what they're doing in school. So thank you to all the teachers, thank you to all the parents for making those happen and for doing a good job with those this year. Remember, parents, you can always meet with your teachers. Establish a relationship. I know elementary teachers are great at that. Middle school, high school, same thing. Talk to your children's teachers. And that's all I have for today. Board President Aspis, I think I hit just under 3 minutes. Thanks a lot.
Go to reports. 4, and item A, fundraising requests by, do you mind reading that?
Fundraising request by David Bridgewater, Sabetime Middle School. Little Caesars Pizza Kit fundraiser, September 20th, 2023 to November 3rd, 2023. Sabetime Middle School Navajo Taco fundraiser, October 10th, 2023 through November 17th, 2023. Sabetime Middle School Band Double Good popcorn sale, January 3rd, 2024 through March 8th, 2024. And fourth, the last one from Sabetime Middle School Band Navajo Taco Dinner, February 5th, 2024 through April 12th, 2024. Are they online, Sharon?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, I'm here. Dave Bridgewater, band director of Sabetime Middle School. So, yep, I'll start with our first fundraiser, Little Caesars Pizza Kit fundraiser. Students will have brochures, and they'll earn $6 toward every kit that they sell. This is an opportunity for my students to fundraise for our band trip, which I'm hoping you will approve tonight. So that's what the purpose of this is. So at this point, I'll open up the floor if you have any questions.
Any questions, board members, comments?
Sounds like a good deal to me.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Very inclusive.
No questions.
All right. If there's no further questions, I'll introduce the next fundraiser. Yep, it will be a Navajo Taco Dinner. My students will have the opportunity to sell tickets. We will be selling them $10 a ticket. Of course, my students will receive all $10 for every ticket that they sell, and this goes toward our band trip. Yep, and I'll open up the floor if there's any questions about that.
I believe they have no questions, and can we go back over the signature? How many forms? Okay. Thank you.
All right, I think we were at the, I guess next one was the double word popcorn sale. So, students will go door to door with brochures, and they will receive 50% of whatever the cost of each popcorn is for this fundraiser. And again, it's to reduce the cost of our their band trip. And if there were any questions about the double good popcorn.
I see no questions.
Okay. And then the last one is another Navajo taco dinner. Yep, students will sell tickets, $10 each, and they'll earn $10 for every ticket that they sell. And this is toward the band trip. And if there are any questions about that,
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
No questions.
No questions.
Okay, I see no questions. Thank you, Mr. Bridgewater. Are you done, Bridgewater?
yes, with the fundraisers, and I guess the next, if
The
we're-
trip request?
Yep, I'm here. This is the final thing, and then I'm out of here.
Okay,
Yep, I'm here to request approval for our annual band trip. It'll take place from May 2nd through May 5th of 2024. It's a Music in the Parks trip to Salt Lake City, Utah, and it is a competition, so cost will be $579 per student. And if there are any questions.
I see no questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me this evening.
We'll go on to item C. Request for approval of gift donation, Nash City Elementary School, Whitewater Community Church by Candace Keens.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Ms. Keams from Nashi Elementary. I work residents and board members and Superintendent Carlson. Good afternoon. I am presenting on behalf of the Whitewater Community Church, which is located in Nash City. The pastor there is Kevin Yazdi, who would like to donate to the student body gift boxes in December, right before Christmas break. And within the gift boxes are going to be some hygiene items as well as some basic school supplies such as pencils and toothpaste, toothbrushes, some travel size shampoo and toothpastes and those sorts of things. And the value of the box is it's going to contain items, and it's going to roughly be valued at about $10 to $15. And that's what I'm presenting to the board, and I'm hoping you all will approve the donation that's going to be made to this school. I stand for questions.
How many boxes do you think?
Well, right now, my current enrollment is at 63. So Pastor Kevin Yazzie would like to present a box to each student. He's also on the line if you want to pose any questions to him.
Okay. That way we have a ballpark figure of the donation. Any questions, board members, comments?
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions either, thank you.
Okay. I see no questions.
All right, thank you, board members.
Thank you.
Enjoy your evening.
And Mr. Yazzie, if you can hear us, I don't know if you want to say something, but thank you for your donation. And I'm sure these will be put to good use. Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate Mr. Pastor Yazzie. I think he's unmuting himself, so he may have something to say.
Yes, good evening. My name is Pastor Kevin Yazzie from Mashchitty Whitewater Community Church. And I just want to say to the superintendent and honorable school board members, we thank you for this opportunity. We're looking forward to work with our Mashchitty community, school and the principal as well, and the staff. And we're located about 4 miles east of the public school. So we're in the community. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie, Pastor Yazzie, for keeping the community in mind. And Candace, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item D.
Board President asked me to read item D, and item D says Marzano Research Overview of the CCSD Survey Plan for the Community Schools Asset Mapping and Needs Assessment by Michelle Nakai Gale.
Good evening, President Aspis and members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. I've been prepped for that. So my name is Michelle Nakai Gale. I'm the Community School Coordinator with Central Consolidated School District. And in Navajo, we've introduced ourselves in our language, and Kia ani Ainishle, Ado Nakaida Napashichin, Pachitni Dashachego, Kintachitni Dashanala.
The microphone down.
I'm not used to this one, so. I want to thank you for having me here today with the board and all the members and the public here and staff. So I'm here to present information regarding the community schools, and we have a consultant, Marzano Research, that will share information regarding the asset mapping and the needs assessment. But before I hand it over to them, some of you may not know, but our Kirtland Middle School and Ojo Elementary School received a community school grant from New Mexico PED for school year 23-24. So this is a planning grant, and there are 5 deliverables for this first year. The first one is to create a site-based leadership team, which is comprised of school, parents, and community. Also conducting a needs assessment and asset mapping, which is what we're going to talk about. The root cause analysis, once the data is collected, we do a root cause analysis and then develop the strategic plan for community schools. And finally is developing a financial sustainability plan, looking at how we're going to fund our community schools going forward. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Stephen Sadesky with Marsano Research and also Catlin Scott. Stephen and Catlin, are you on?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Good evening, President Aspis, members of the board, and Superintendent Carlson. I'm Stephen Tedeschi with Marzano Research, and we'll do brief introductions here in a moment. But as Michelle noted, we're here tonight to present to you our work with Central Consolidated School District, the community schools asset mapping and needs assessment. Next slide, please. We'll be brief tonight, so our agenda will include okay, I kind of remember it too, so we can sort of, while we get that slide deck going, we're going to do some brief introductions to who Catlin and I are. We'll introduce who Marzano Research is. We'll give a description of the project, the asset mapping and needs assessment, and then we'll make ourselves available for questions.
Board President, I'm sorry, sir. I can actually have you share your screen if you like, and we can project it on our screen here.
Yeah, I could do that. I had it all queued up. That was sort of my plan, but I didn't want to take over the screen. But yeah, if you want to transfer, give me the ability to present here, I will share my screen. I believe it's loading. Again. I wonder if Sharon has to stop sharing so I can share. Let's try that. Yes, very good. Great. So again, we'll briefly introduce who we are, who the company is, the organization, the project, the asset mapping and needs assessment, and then we'll stand for questions. And so a quick introduction to who I am. My name is Stephen Tedeschi. I'm a researcher at Marzano Research. I've been here for 5 years. Prior to my position here at Marzano Research, I was a classroom practitioner. Started teaching at Little Wound School on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. From there, I taught in charter schools in Arizona, as well as traditional public schools on the East Coast. Prior to that, I was in the Air Force, so I've had a couple of different careers, but in general, for the past 15 years or so, I've been in education. And I'll pass it over to my colleague, Catlin Scott, so she can introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. It's wonderful to be here tonight with superintendents, school board members, and community members. I'm Catlin Scott. I'm a director at Marzano Research. I have a deep passion for community schools. I really applaud you all for your efforts that you're embarking upon. I am really here to support Stephen. He will be the lead for this project, and I really can't think of a better person to do this work. He has a real commitment to education and ensuring that communities are involved with that education. I'll turn it back over to Stephen.
Okay, thank you. So who's Marzano Research? And so we are a small business. We're a woman-owned business, certified benefit company, dedicated to working with educators such as yourselves and system leaders to learn, evolve, and thrive. We're based out of Denver, Colorado. I'm actually from Littleton, Colorado, so just outside Denver. We also have an office in Portland, Oregon. And we offer sophisticated education research and consulting capabilities, but we're really with that small business approach. So what does that mean? It means that we partner closely with our clients, so in this case CCSD, to make sure that what we're doing is something that they're a part of, that there's a lot of collaboration with that. We're responsive to needs, and we make sure that we develop a project and develop deliverables that meet the needs of our clients. So we work very closely with them. The areas that we focus on are program evaluation, research, data collection, analyses, strategic planning and facilitation, and also professional learning and coaching. So what is the project that we have in play here for the community schools at CCSD? There are really 4 major components: preparation for data collection, data analysis, and then development of frameworks and plans. And you can see the timeline is essentially from August through March 2024. And so we'll be preparing for data collection now. We've already started doing that with CCSD. We had a launch meeting. We're working on revising an existing tool that we created called the Native American Needs Assessment Survey. We'll be creating educator and educator leader focus groups, protocols, and also creating a community focus group protocol. And then lastly, we'll begin to create schedules with our partners at Ojo Amarillo and also Kirtland Middle. Once we have that data collection preparation in hand, we'll begin the data collection process, and that takes us into September and October of 2023. The goal is to administer a survey of assets and needs to educators, education leaders, families, and community members. We'll also conduct on-site focus groups and also some backup virtual focus groups if need be. Once we have that data collected, we will then complete an analysis of the survey data and focus groups, create a draft report with preliminary findings that we'll share virtually with the CCSD representatives, school, and community partners. Then, as Michelle alluded to in her opening, we'll take that information and we'll use that to conduct a root cause analysis with CCSD, specifically Kirtland Middle School and Ojo Amarillo Elementary. We'll use that to assist with the development of the community school strategic plans. We also plan on supporting the application for Community Schools Implementation Grant, ultimately setting up Kirtland Middle School and Ojo Amarillo for success as community schools. Sort of already touched on this. The timeline runs from August through March 2024. And with that, I stand for questions from the board and superintendent.
Okay, thank you. So, as you were going through your presentation, one question came to mind is how many reservation or federal schools have you done or this type of service for in the past?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I've worked on developing and conducting a needs assessment, not for the local level, like in this case, but rather for the statewide level. And so the North Dakota Department of Public Instruction, their Office of Multicultural and American Indian Education, worked with us to generate the Native American Needs Assessment in North Dakota. And so in partnership with the state, we administered that survey to schools that were on reservations, but also schools that serve a predominant number of Native American students. And so I don't have the figure off the top of my head, but it's in the way of about, I want to say 16 to 20 schools throughout North Dakota that we were administering a previous version of a survey that we're going to be revising for this purposes here. Prior to that, I worked on Pine Ridge as an educator. Didn't work with surveys, but I worked with the local community and also the school itself, the school district of Little Wound School, on their initiatives as well as a classroom practitioner at the time.
Okay, that's kind of what I was getting at is it just a template that you go by and you know, whereas North Dakota, I'd say they're pretty much almost the same as some of our schools here on the reservation. But you were saying for state and not the reservation schools. Did you do any in the reservation? You said there were some that were predominantly Native American, but were they on the reservation?
Yes, so the schools were reservation schools and then schools identified by the Office of Multicultural Education, identifying schools that were not on the reservation that were predominantly Native American students. And so the majority of our sample of our survey respondents were certainly on reservations in those tribal schools. In regards to your question about if it's a template, so The survey instruments have been used for the past 5 years in North Dakota, and the surveys were developed in partnership with tribal members. And so there was a tribal advisory group that included members from Standing Rock, for example, Turtle Mountain as well in North Dakota. There were focus groups with those teachers and educators who were both with both Native American educators, but also those who worked with and worked within Native communities. And so that's the instrument we're starting with for administrators and teachers. But something important to keep in mind is that we're also making sure we made some changes to it. We wanted to make sure we picked up on the 6 key practices of community schools from the New Mexico Public Education Department. And so while the instrument is using valid and reliable items from the North Dakota administration, it's also pulling in some additional items to make sure we meet New Mexico Public Education Department's focus on the community schools. And in addition, we will have folks within CCSD review our instruments to make sure that they're appropriate for the community and staff. I hope that answers your questions, President Aspis.
Yes, it does. Thank
President
you.
Aspis, can I go ahead and add to that? Some of the information regarding the survey, we also sent the systemic framework information to them, which is based off of the New Mexico Indian Education Act. They've also have information related to the graduate profile that was specific to CCSD, the CLRI questions that relate to that, and then also the New Mexico PED Yazzie Martinez questions. So those were all provided to them to embed into that survey that's specific to not only New Mexico but more CCSD.
Okay. Your last name, Stephen, looks like a clan, Navajo clan. I don't even know how to say it. How do you say that? How do you pronounce that?
Tedeschi. I had to ask him because I saw the same thing too. Like, I better make sure I get your name right.
Okay, and you mentioned that there were 6 things that came up. So in the past 5 years of using that survey, from the top of your head, what were some of the 6?
Oh, sorry, I might have been conflating 2 things. And so the 6 components I was mentioning are the 6 components of the New Mexico Public Education Department's community schools. And so we use that community schools framework to sort of revise the North Dakota instrument to better fit the New Mexico context. So I apologize if I wasn't very clear on that. In regards to findings from the previous North Dakota surveys, if you visit the North Dakota Department of Public Instruction's website, the results are made public, and so you'll be able to sort of see some of those things. But I can, off the top of my head, I can say that, generally there's a lot of care and well-being that teachers are displaying to their students. In general, educators feel respected in their communities. I don't know if I'm not sure if you follow North Dakota news, but in North Dakota there is the essential understandings that has been put through the legislature and made part of a requirement mandated for students to have part of their curriculum. And so within their particular survey, which is different than the New Mexico version, we've also included items to elicit some responses around those essential understandings. And so I would say when it comes to sort of the trickling of information in regards to the essential understandings, we've seen quite a few administrators who are aware of those essential understandings and feel that they're being implemented in their schools. A little bit slow to get to some of the staff, but I think that's pretty typical with large initiatives around these types of things. But in general, teachers feel cared about, administrators do. We also conducted a student version of that. We piloted that a few years ago. And we also had a lot of great feedback from students as well, that they felt that they were in a caring environment and that their culture was increasingly being represented in their schools, not just the curriculum, but also just the sort of everyday interactions that they have with staff and also the community itself.
Okay, generally here, some of the things that we have as issues, if I'm wrong in saying this, then I apologize, but it sounds to me that your survey concentrated or focused more on the school itself, the staff. And whereas here, I'm sure you're have been filled in about Yazi Martinez and then some of the goals that we want to reach and are more in line with the whole student, meaning not just at school but at home. And so generally, some of the findings we have is the housing situation, both for students, for the community, and teachers, and then with the national shortage of teachers as well, getting quality teachers here on the reservation, and before we have had different outfits, different organizations such as Teach for America, and and then just recently we've had a visa situation where a lot of our good teachers in the area, Nash Chitty, 40 miles out into the reservation, were a large part of them were there and in core classes. And so those are some of the things that in general we're finding. And so it's just interesting to hear right off. And I don't know if this includes in your survey, but there's some of our schools we're wanting to include an immersion program, bilingual. And so I don't know how your survey touches on that as well.
Yes, certainly. And so just to clarify that the focus for our survey won't be district-wide, but it will be on 2 of the schools who are applying for that community schools grant. So within those schools, these surveys and focus groups would be administered. And then we did add some additional items to the survey around, and also the focus group protocol around bilingual education, including that, of course, Native American languages as well. And so sort of we designed the survey to kind of hit some of the key practices for New Mexico community schools. But I think some of the issues that you brought up will likely be pulled in from the data. And so what makes this particular project different than the one in North Dakota is the North Dakota needs assessments were not conducted with community members. But in this case, we have a separate community member survey. And we're also conducting in-person community member focus groups as well to really dig into some of those things you mentioned. And so one of the key practices for New Mexico community schools is that integrated systems of support. And that sort of touches on those additional services that community members may like to see schools providing that aren't necessarily being provided elsewhere. And so sort of kind of getting a touch point on, how can this community school, Ojo Amarillo and Kirtland Middle School, how can the services that they provide to students maybe also be extended outward to community members as well? And so we hope that through those conversations with community members, sort of stepping outside of the classroom and the school, we're able to elicit and pull in some additional perspectives that'll situate Ojo, Murillo, and Kirtland Middle School in a place where they can identify some needs, not just for folks in the school, but also some of the needs for community members who are engaging with the school as well, and sort of using that information to bolster and refine the strategic plan to sort of move community schools forward. Ultimately, with the hope that this sort of approach to community schooling can be something that can be seen throughout the district at large for those schools who are interested in pursuing that.
Please, I apologize. My allergies are just going wacky here.
No, that's okay. I just got over being sick with COVID a few weeks ago, so I know how it is to have to struggle through a meeting when you're not feeling well. So no problem.
I'm not sick. I just have allergies.
Right, but you still have the same symptoms, right?
In fact, I'm going to work after this. Anyhow, so all that you said, and those are the two very schools that have been impacted in this area, Kirtland Middle School, and the rest of the Kirtland schools, and then Ojo Elementary. That school is on the reservation. So in this location, more so. And I'd like to have Ms. Chappelle go over on information on the plant closures and I guess more of our homeless situation.
I apologize. How do I say your last name again? Tedeschi? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay. So district-wide, we're also facing some pretty unique events because two of our largest industrial institutions are closing. One is already closed and the other could potentially close within the next 5 years or so. And what that means for our school district is that we only have 2% taxable property within our school district. And so between those two industrial partners, that's 80 million of property tax revenues. 80% of our property tax revenues coming in. So I think offline, Mr. Tedeschi, might be helpful. I'm looking at our director over here and our superintendent to maybe give you some of those factoids because we're already seeing a very dramatic increase in our student homeless population. So we went from about 150 a year. We're over 500 for this year. And so those are pretty staggering and very quick kind of outcomes. And so anyway, I think that was what board president wanted me to convey. I can, of course, give you more detail, Mr. Tedeschi, offline.
Yes, happy to connect offline. Michelle has all my contact information, and so if Michelle, if you want to provide that to whoever would like to connect, so we can gain more of a greater understanding of the context, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Question.
Yes, sir.
So regarding your the template and again following the state of New Mexico, how much is place-based education actually going to work into the design of the community schools pattern that you're looking at?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I think I interpret that as in regards to what the community schools are looking to do around place-based education. I think we're sort of coming in at from the early stages of sort of identifying what some of the assets and the needs are in the community, and then allowing the community schools to get together to kind of decide on the direction of the community school. So I don't know if I'm in a good position to provide information about what the schools themselves might be thinking of doing in regards to community schools. We're sort of in the place where we're going to help them kind of see what's out there, what the community perspectives are on family engagement services that the school provides, the staff perspective, the administrator perspective, and then using that information, help them create a strategic plan, which I think if that's the direction they want to go, would include that place-based education programming.
Because the true application of that community schools does involve place-based education, utilizing the community and the knowledge, historical knowledge, professional knowledge, cultural knowledge, to be inducted into the education itself and the structure of that as they proceed, especially early on in the elementary grades, and then moving towards the junior high with the continuation and deeper use of that knowledge to build upon and strengthen. And then you could start branching off just from the community aspect, and then the region, then the state, and then of course nationally, and then internationally, you develop that pedagogy to be able to expand that knowledge and that world of knowledge to these kids. So that's why I'm asking that the question again, because obviously you're collecting that data to see the direction, but in my humble opinion, looking at the use of place-based education and development in these community schools would truly make it a community school.
Certainly, and I agree. And I may have misspoke. I just didn't want to speak on behalf of the schools themselves in regards to their planning, but that is certainly part of community schools. We hope to provide those school leaders and CCSD with just sort of a scan of different perspectives around those 6 key components of community schools, from the administrator to the teacher to the community member, just as a starting place of kind of baseline data to help them move forward with planning for the community schools. But I agree, sir, that that place-based education is paramount and important to that community schools model, as well as a whole host of other components that they'll be sort of sitting down to discuss and make part of their strategic plan to move forward.
Absolutely, because again, when you look at it through the community schools and you're looking at a communal aspect of it, that the child, the individual learning about themselves first obviously takes place in the home, and then it grows once they step into the educational institution, the use of the educational institution, and that communal knowledge and history and language brought into the fold by utilizing place-based education in the community schools is very, very powerful. And then again, like I said, then you start branching off and gaining more knowledge about the world around them, not just the world that they're in, but the world around them. So one of the other things that that I appreciate is the fact that the use of engagement versus involvement, because those are two obviously separate things. They're conflated, but they're not. They're two separate things that people tend to misunderstand and apply them adequately within the educational process. So thank you for that.
Thank you for your question. Any other questions? I'm happy to take them.
Any other questions, board members, comments?
Can I respond to Mr.
Hold on,
Montoya?
Ms. Michelle's gonna speak.
Mr. Montoya, back to your comment on the play space. Right now, with this needs assessment and asset mapping is really looking at the gaps in our communities and our schools and how we operate, and then also looking at all the pluses in the same locations and say, okay, what works well out there? What are the gyms out in the community? And with any process improvement, continuous improvement, it's always, it's human nature. We want to solve problems, but a lot of times we need that data, that analysis to help drive that decision making so that we can start looking at once we've, collected all the data, analyzed it, and start looking at defining what the solutions are, what can, help to fill those gaps that have been identified. So the play space is one that I think we would be considering. A lot of the environment, the teaching style, and it's across all areas, like the community, the students, the teachers, the school, and even the nonprofit out in the communities, and looking at what do we have and what do we need to do to fill those gaps. But I appreciate your comment, and I know you're very knowledgeable about community schools, and I appreciate that.
Do you mind putting up that slide where you had them all in columns?
Sure. Yeah, just give me 1 second here. I can put that. Let's see. Sharon, I have it lined up here. If you'd like to give me sharing privileges, I'm happy just to post this up here. All right. Yeah, so these are like the sort of the big tasks, the preparation, the data collection, the analysis, and then the development. So I'll give folks a second to take a look at this if you have questions.
Just reading through it, most of it is language, real general, broad language. Is there any specifics?
Yeah, so we tried to keep this pretty high level, so we didn't get too far into the weeds. So we knew we only had a few moments of time. If you have specific questions about certain aspects, we can certainly get into the specificity of each. I don't want to sort of eat up time by maybe talking about specifics that you're not interested in, but what specific task on here would you like some more specificity on? And we can provide you with the information that we have. And some of this is also a work in progress with our partners as well, as we mentioned, working closely with CCSD and the school leadership. So, but I'm happy to fill in details that we have right now. Any specific focus you'd like to hear about?
Well, one thing I would like to know is, since you've done work in North Dakota, and is that the only reservation, federal schools, that you did, or is there other areas?
Yeah, so primarily we conducted the survey in North Dakota. We did work with South Dakota around a needs assessment as well that was piloted with them, with their tribal schools. I want to say in 2020, I believe. We were a bit more hands-off on that, but that was the other place. But primarily our work has taken place in North Dakota, working with education leaders there.
State education leaders or tribal?
State, but the tribal leaders were, and as well as educators, were on our tribal, we're on our advisory board when we developed the instrument and looked at the data and sort of began the interpretation process. And so we primarily worked through the State Department of Education, but part of that process was really engaging with individuals working within those schools to help inform sort of the scope and the items on the survey itself.
Okay. Any other questions, board members, comments?
No questions, but looks very, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions.
All right. Well, thank you for having us tonight. We appreciate it, and we hope this is something the board approves, and we look forward to working with CCSD and Kirtland and OHO as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you.
So now to the big show. Item E. May we have a drum roll? Affordable Care Insurance by Adam Begay. And Mr. Ballard? Is that on?
Good evening, Board President Christina Aspis, board members that are online, Superintendent Steve Carlson, Cabinet administrators, Central Consolidated School District, parents, families, and community of all areas. But the best one, Shiprock, just kidding. Home of the Chieftains, just kidding again. Kidding but not kidding. Sorry, not sorry. But good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adam Jerome Begay. I believe my 3 minutes is up. Just kidding. But I wish to be able to present on behalf of Affordable Care Insurance with my former football coach and also business partner in regards to the Affordable Care Insurance, introducing a CHAMP plan that would be able to benefit Central Consolidated School District staff and families as well. I have Mr. Ricky Ballard here to be able to dive deep into the 2-minute elevator pitch, and he has his time to present before the board and community.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Excited to be home. Excited to see everybody. Just an update on kind of what's been going on since the last time we came and visited with everyone. We've been working very closely with enterprise across the Navajo Nation. Some that we've been working with that are onboarding and working with us are NAPI, NECA, NACE. Met with the tribe this morning and their chief of staff. We're looking at embedding and working directly with them and their 5,000 employees. Very excited about what we have in front of us, and so I'll give you a very quick rundown of what's going on. This deck page that we currently have, of course, is to create validity, away from reservation. And what I'm trying to do is pilot a program to make sure that we can bring value to the things that we need here on and near reservation. And so the CARES Act has absolutely changed and impacted the way that we do insurance. It has affected the way that we do things in a positive way, in my opinion. Anytime that a president can go and get something passed on both sides, there's value to be looked at and found, and for us to be able to be disruptive and create. So a quick overview of CHAMP. I'm just going to go through a very quick overview, and then if you have questions, we can go to the deck page to answer them more in depthly. Number one, CHAMP plan is a plan that we have designed to be a first line of defense to lift claims from current group health insurance. It stands alone. And so it indemnifies on the front end as a first line of defense from our current group health insurance. So for self-funded plans like HMA and for the tribe, if we can come in and lift 30% of the claims by having a predictive model on the front end, it's huge for looking at the keep maintaining integrity and actuary and keeping costs down for folks. And so a lot of excitement, obviously, on the savings that will come from lifting those claims. And so what can this do for CCSD directly? Number one, it can lift 30% of the claims from your current group. I'm sure every single year when you guys are negotiating or looking or communicating on your group health, that's a tough job because usually it's an increase in premium. It's an increase in price. And so what these plans are doing and what the CARES Act has allowed us to do is come in and lift those claims on the front end so that it makes the group look and appear to be healthier so that claims stay down, which means actuarially premiums should decrease. And that's the goal of what we're trying to do. Secondly, there's zero cost to the district. So we're coming in and leveraging federal plans to be able to, and federal money to be able to cover the costs of this plan, so it doesn't cost the district anything. Next thing is it's an increase in benefit packages for employee recruitment and retention. I know it's always a challenge in being a small business owner to recruit and to be able to retain our quality employees, and benefit packages are so important to be able, if we can increase that for them. And what does it do for our employees? Well, it's zero cost to our employees. right? Because we're leveraging federal money to cover these costs. We're giving them access for our rural areas. This has been a huge selling point as we were visiting this morning in Window Rock, is access to very quality virtual care where they have immediate response within 7 minutes of prescriptions for all family that they can have access to through our app and be able to provide quality health care for our normal frequent flyer things that we do every day, where we'd have to go to a clinic or we'd have to go to IHS and have to do those things. They would be able to have access to do those immediately for our employees from their homes, and then have a prescription prescribed to them within 5 minutes. So access and efficiency are so important for our employees. And then also you're looking at a lift of copay costs for all employees at PCP. So our folks who are working and maybe going to San Juan Regional or maybe going to Gallup and using copays and for preventative care and those types of things, we lift all of those claims off and then lift the cost of the copays to the employee. And then access to mental health. I'm a local boy, so I know some of the concerns that come with mental health. I know some of the challenges that we have, and to be able to have immediate response. When I was in Zuni 4 months ago, meeting with them, and I was looking at some of the challenges that they had for mental health for their children, it can be a 9-week waiting period, and then they go to a trailer where they meet with somebody who's in Colorado virtually. And they don't have access for over 9 weeks. So I don't know about you, but if I have someone in my family who's having mental health issues, I don't want them waiting 9 weeks. I want them to have access immediately. And so we also lift those claims and give access to those things immediately for our kids. Did you guys know statistically that the number one group of people who struggle with mental health are, these are the statistics, Caucasian females from the ages of 35 to 50. The second group are adolescents from the ages of 12 to 18. It's a pandemic in our country right now for mental health, and we have to have our children have access to those things. And so our employees who have children that are in our district, we need them to have access to those things immediately. So we can have access to that. Access to 1,100 medications at a $0 or $1 formulary, $50,000 more in life insurance for each employee, and a strong health management plan to take a predictive approach to people's health. And so these are the things that we're currently embedding all around in enterprise that I feel would be a beautiful fit if we could, have a conversation to see how this would fit into CCSD, to bring these benefits to the employees. And again, the key is that right now I know you guys have some very unique ways that you're trying to maneuver budgets. So if we can do these things at zero cost by leveraging federal money to make this work, that's the whole goal of this and making that happen. And so I'll pause and stop there, and I'm sure the questions are going to fly in.
Are you another form of IHS?
No, we're not. So we stand alone, right? So what we are is it's an indemnity plan that runs through Section 125. And so what it does is it's a pre-tax enrollment that allows us to indemnify your current health, group health. We don't disrupt it. We come in and indemnify it. We don't do anything to change what you guys are currently using for your group health plan. We don't even compete with it. So our goal is to be a first line of defense. You send us in first. Send Champion Health in first. We try to lift as many claims as we can, and then group health comes in and fulfills all the rest of the obligation. Yep, it's a standalone plan.
Okay, because, my dad, he retired from Local 412, and right away when setting up his retirement, he one of the banks, I won't say which one, but just set him up with the retirement, meaning one of those two, Medicare, Medicaid. But soon there was calls to him asking if he wanted the premium package, and it would be this much more every month.
Yep.
And so, okay, a situation like that. So he goes to, and I told him, it doesn't make sense, Dad, that you're paying this, yet your primary doctor is at IHS.
Correct.
And you don't want to see any other doctor over here, say Farmington. You want to stick with that one. So, and then he had everything taken care of except his dental, but that was off. And So I just told him, it seems like you're wasting your money. So in that situation like that, I'm sure there's others. How does your plan fit in there?
Sure. So I'm in that market also. We're actually selling our Medicare and ACA company currently to Humana. And so I understand the fulfillment of this is totally different, right? What we're looking at here is there is no cost, right? So for your dad, there was a cost immediately. Secondly, when we're talking about working in the group space, we're especially in this area, which is very unique, is we're working with IHS. Some of our employees will be working with HMA, right? And then we're also going to be working with doctor networks who are off, right, which would be in San Juan Regional and Gallup and in those areas, okay? And so what we want to be able to do is when CHAMP is used is that we can lift the claims on the front end where it allows us to do those things. So when we're talking about those things, there's not going to be a copay when we go to IHS, right? It's federal. So when we go to HMA, that's going to be billed to HMA. But anytime we go off, there will be some form of a copay. But where does Wiz also help with those employees? Well, your dad's situation may be different than one of our science teachers in Shiprock, where they're able to say, well, I've just got sore throat and my allergies are going crazy, and man, I sure could use some azithropac, or I could use something. They could get on the virtual care and have access to that immediately, and then maybe not miss the next day of work because they didn't have to go wait in the clinic for 5 hours to get access to that type of care. Right, and so those are the things that we're wanting to do is for our normal run-of-the-mill day-to-day, the baby's got earaches, let's get those things taken care of within our home virtually. Let's also manage health. And then let's also, where claims are going to be needed, if we have a broken arm and we have to go to urgent care, and then let's have those things lifted when it's not billed to IHS or billed to HMA. And that's where those claims will be lifted. And so that's why this is unique here at CCSD, is because the billing process is going to go through so many different entities. In other areas, where I live, a small business will just be, well, what's a doctor network in Wood County? We're not also looking at all the other three, right? But the reality is the claims will still be listed, and we're still going to give all of our employees access to better health care in rural areas where they may not have access and efficiency to get quality care, is the goal.
So how do you make money?
So the same way, we're going to create savings through the federal savings, and it's a commissionable event. Anytime that we go through and create funding, it's commissionable. And so if we're going to charge premiums at the company, right? And those come from the federal savings. So there's a pool of money. Will you go to the next slide? Right here, okay? So you're looking at, if you'll look at the 120, it's a self-funded plan. So the 120 and the $44 are the premiums that are captured by the CHAMP plan. That's where our money is made. But that money comes from federal savings. And through the federal program. And so that's where the access comes through. It's not coming out of the pocket of the employee or out of the pocket of the school district. Yeah, we're not doing it for free, Miss Aspis. Yeah, you'll go up to the next slide ahead of it. This is a payroll coordination. We use a TPA to coordinate with your guys' payroll out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And so because of its leverage through Section 125, is everyone... Section 125 is our pre-tax deductions. Our 401ks run through that. If you have any colonial, that runs through that. Your dental, your vision, your hearing runs through a Section 125, and that just allows it to be a pre-tax deduction. And so that's what we're doing, is running our claims through a pre-tax deduction, and from those savings that are created from the revenue not being taxed allows us to be able to pay premiums. And of course, that all changed through the CARES Act. As soon as the CARES Act and minimum essential coverage was required, we were able to come in and be able to allocate those FICA savings to be able to have them be reallocated to small businesses, which Central Consolidated School District is looked at as a business. And so how do we reallocate that money to be able to use federal funds to increase benefits? That's how it's moving. So if you look at the top on the claims funding, you're looking at 7.65 on both sides of the aisle for the employee and the employer. And so the money, how it moves is through payroll coordination, $1,200 is extracted from, and then 1010 is put back in, and it makes everyone net positive. Makes the employer net positive, makes the employee net positive, and also pays the premiums of the benefit.
Got a question?
Go ahead.
I recognize that voice.
How you doing, Coach Ballard?
Good, you're not yelling at me. How are you?
Good. Not yet, anyway.
What's up, Gary? How are you, buddy?
Good. So, Coach Ballard, what are your qualifications and credentials?
So I've been in the space for 14 years. This is a product that's been designed. I'm on a, if you want, like from an entrepreneurial pace, I'm on a $200 million exit with Humana, selling a company in Medicare and ACA. We're over 120,000 employees currently embedded into this plan. In this area, we should be servicing around 10,000 employees within the next 4 months. So I guess those are my credentials.
Okay, so you don't have any certifications, licensures?
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm licensed in everything. Licensed in insurance, licensed, series licensed, I'm health licensed. Yeah, I've got all, yeah, that stuff, that's for sure.
Are you a fiduciary?
Yes.
You are, huh? Okay. So
I don't work in that space, Gary. So I'm not putting anybody's principal of their money at risk. So I'm not in a currently where I'm investing money in a market where principals are at risk. So that's a license I do not ever use. My licenses are primarily used in the health space and in the life space is where I stay because I don't put people's money at risk.
So basically insurance.
You bet.
So the product that you're selling is basically through the insurance.
It's my health insurance and ERISA. Health insurance and ERISA validation, correct.
Okay, because there can be misconceptions from what you're doing and what people are expecting from that. One would think would be an investment in that insurance on their behalf.
Yeah.
So
no,
I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. No, we're not investing any money at all. Absolutely not. And the return is in benefits. So the money will be that's used for the premiums is for indemnification on the front end for health insurance.
Okay, so the cost savings that the district is making and the employee is making is basically where your commission comes from.
Correct.
Okay. And your client base are basically employees of large employers then?
Anyone that is any business that has W-2 employees that pay into FICA that make over $20,000 a year is our market.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Very good. Well, I appreciate the honesty and and how you're applying it.
Oh, absolutely.
So thank you.
Of course.
So,
Any other questions?
There are a couple of comments in the chat box.
I have a question. So we have NIMSIA. How does that, have you looked into how that fits?
Yep. So that's your guys' current group health insurance. And again, this is a standalone that would just lift the claims off of that and indemnify it. So it's just going to increase benefits on the front end. Will not disrupt that in any way, shape, or form. What we would try to do is hopefully make CCSD look healthier for anybody that is billing to that. Because we're going to lift the immediate copays from the front end and then also any doctor or urgent care visits. And then also with the health management plan, it's kind of like the just move it concept. We're trying to get in situations where we're helping our employees take management of their health, giving them consulting on the front end. Yeah.
So, I don't know who to ask this question to. Superintendent's pretty new. And Ms. Gonzalez is pretty new, and I'm gonna ask Kristen. No, I was kidding. Okay, well. Real quick, I wanted to say that we must not forget that we do deal and have a union, CBA. So, I don't know where in all of this, CCSD is the employer, yes, but we also have that union.
So good evening, Ms. Aspis and members of the board. So the only thing we'd have to really look at is because we do compete with, or we do have NIMSIA, there's a non-compete clause in there. We have to make sure that we are not violating that. If we did, we'd have to go out and do an RFP on our own for medical services, and that's something it would be a huge task. Right now, NIMSIA covers everybody in the state except for UNM, and who's the other one? APS, yeah, APS. Yeah, those are the only two that don't participate in NIMSIA. So we would really need, in order to accept something like this, we would need to make sure that that doesn't violate what we've signed as a non-compete, and before we made any decisions. So that's all I needed to say.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
Was that Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
I'm glad she said that because the question that I had, if this would certainly be all voluntary if an individual tried to do that, but again, to her point of the non-competitiveness, how that would directly impact if that was a choice. But since the school district is paying their share on the one side and the employee on the other, how that directly impacts that issue that was brought up. So, I really appreciate your response, Ms. Gonzalez, because that has to be taken into consideration, because I wouldn't know if that would just be something that an individual would just say, hey, okay, I want to do A, B, C, and D and utilize this service that they have. Obviously, until we get those things ironed out, that's certainly a concern. And then I also appreciate the consideration of the union, but more importantly, like I said, is this volunteer, or is this something that we could actually technically do under the stipulations that we have per the state of New Mexico and NIMSIA? So thank you for that.
And those are very normal for us as we start down these paths and visiting with groups. Just in conversation this morning, it's going to go all the way with the tribe to the DOJ. And so we're very comfortable in bringing those in, ERISA attorneys, bring the things in to make sure that it is correct. We would never, right? What we wanted to do today was just initialize the conversation. And if there was interest in what we were trying to get moving forward here, that we could move forward and just try to uncover and see if there were objections or if there were real bottlenecks that would keep us from being able to do something like this was the goal.
The other question I have, Madam President, for Mr. Ballard is, how long do you foresee this program? Because again, obviously it's an offshoot and result of the COVID funding and the government. Is this something that's going to be, that you see as being long-term, that's for perpetuity? Or is it something that's just till the money dries up, it goes away, or the tide changes in respects to the political parties in Washington?
Yeah, so what's actually really interesting about this is it ties with the CARES Act. It doesn't tie with COVID money. So it's totally separate. So when President Obama got the CARES Act and minimum essential coverage requirements for health insurance across the board, that's where this stems from. So this money has been passed through legislation and will not dry up unless legislation is changed. Okay, and so this is not coming from the same ear-tagged money that's been used for PPP, ERC, and other EIDL funds that come from federal. This comes directly from the CARES Act, the Affordable Care Act. Yep.
So along with that, that was my other question. Earlier I was talking about, with government shutdowns, how would this affect?
So as long as payroll is being ran, the way the coordination works is through payroll coordination and FICA savings. That's where the money comes from. That's where the federal funding comes from. So as you're looking at those things, as long as you're running payroll, then the savings are realized. And we have companies who have a lot of folks who work seasonally, and so it can be turned on and turned off at any time once it's initiated for each individual employee through our TPA. So say you have a 9-month contract with some folks and you have a 12-month contract with others, and that's the way it's functioning, we can have this turned on and turned off based on how their payroll is coordinated with you and with the employee. Yep. The school district savings from this plan will be right around 570. What are we employed here? About 1,000 employees? Just a rough estimate? A little less. So right at $1,000, you can look at savings per employee per year is about $573.60 per employee per year. So you're looking at an increase of about $573,000 annually in perpetuity to the district by embedding the plan. That is not even including, we can't create a variable because we don't know the claims that will be lifted from your current group and what that's going to do for cost actuarially based on your group cost, if that's going to go down. So, because your group will absolutely, if we can educate and have folks use this as the first line of defense, it absolutely is going to lift a substantial amount of claims from your group, which when they look at that, they're going to look and say, wow, our claims last year were higher and now they've decreased this year. Then based on coming in with new premiums for next year, that has to be in the negotiation of what the cost will be.
Okay, and my other comment, and I appreciate Ms. Gonzalez coming forth on that, coming forward on that stipulation in NMCA. So, but I truly believe in looking at my people, you know, meaning my coworkers, who are, you know, mixed race, and when the questions come up about insurance, about retirement, about, you know, 401, nobody really knows, and then it's you know, you hope you get some type of guidance or some type of education from HR or, you know, some other people, but they don't say because of liability, or they don't know. And so to me, I feel like I would like to see, you know, I mean, you just gave the tribe, NECA.
Yep. So those are coming on, except for like the tribe, we ran into some of the same things, right, today, as we went through some of that, and it was like, man, we're interested in this, but like, how do we make this work in our current environment? And the answer was, we don't know. And so next week we'll sit down and kind of start navigating that path, because there was enough interest to see if we could do it, to see if we can't overcome the barriers that are there. Whether or not we will be able to, I don't know, but it was bringing enough value to their employees and enough value to them as a company that they're like, let's chase this down a little bit. And so that's kind of where we're at. On the other smaller companies, all we had to overcome was 638 funding. We were able to find out how that worked. We overcame it. Had the attorneys looked at it, but those were smaller groups. You're talking 350, 437 employee groups that also didn't have non-competes in place, didn't have other things that we had to work through. But to me, all of those are just barriers. Can we address them? And if it does make sense, we do. If we run into a wall, then it's like, hey, if it's not right, we don't do it. We just, but to pursue it, to see if we can uncover it, why wouldn't we?
Yeah, and you know, when Obama decided on Obamacare, you know, he didn't know if it was going to work or not, but it was tried. And so I believe that, you know, I for our employees, if that's the kind of savings, you know, not just to try it, but again, I go back to nobody really knows, and therefore they say, okay, let's just keep, what's working is working.
Yep. Well, and from the conception of these plans, Ms. Aspis, you've seen that there's been a lot of, they were messy when in the beginning, right? And as they went through and they tried to figure out, because there was no groundwork on how we apply minimum essential coverage for employees. And so as these started being created, it was messy in the start, but by 2017, the IRS came out with very clear statements on how to run through these. We also were able to understand on how to do coordination. And so these plans are in their infancy. 2017, then you have 3 years, 2.5 years of COVID, right? And then for you to be able to put over 100,000 lives and service that many businesses in its infancy, they're performing very well. They're just young. Right? And so, and that's the concept. And in every big organization, there's some type of bottleneck that we'll have to work through, and willing to work with you guys any way we can if you feel it'll bring value to your employees and to your staff.
Yeah, and I go back to that 401 and how it was introduced to my crew and to my coworkers out there. It was said to be the third leg in a retirement plan, and that it be more stability. And that was how many years ago? 20 years ago, and then now I'm sure glad I kept my pension, and the way that roller coaster is going for 401, I mean, it's crazy. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm hoping our union is listening, and maybe how you go forth on just seeing how not obligating ourselves. But
whoever your experts are. So I guess, Ms. Aspis, our request would be for the board to allow us to, or consider us to get in front of your experts that work and say, hey, is this a good idea for us or not? And be able to report back and say, yeah, this looks good, or no, this isn't going to align with what we're trying to accomplish here at CCSD. And that's kind of what we'd be looking for.
There was some questions here on the chat box. How does the employees and their families get quick pharmacy meds when pharmacies
are so far away? Yeah, I know where they're headed with that question.
Are
for sure.
in Walmart, IHS, Walgreens.
Yep. So we're actually working with a group right now. Don't know if it's going to come to fruition. Right now, we're going to send it to their closest pharmacy. They just won't have to go and wait in the doctor's office. So if they're, very remote, we're going to have to give access. We are currently, and this is going to sound just totally off the wall, but we are currently visiting about doing drone delivery of medications to rural areas and embedding it into the plan. And so that's in the process of what we're trying to get accomplished. We feel that would be huge for certain people for diabetic medications that maybe are snowed in some of our rural areas, muddy roads that they can't get out and they can't get access to certain things, that we could be able to get those in, and it'd be a benefit that's embedded into the plan. We won't use that, honestly, that will be designed for this demographic and where we're currently at. We probably won't be using that in Dallas, right? That'll be used in that'll be used in Ganado. That'll be used in. Does that make sense?
Just don't go over the power plant, because I have a slingshot that I'm trying to get this drone that keeps flying by.
So that's what's neat about this for me, is that I have enough autonomy and work closely enough with the owners of Champ and Scottsdale that it's a cafeteria. We can embed things in that to hit the needs of our clients. And so as I'm working with the tribe and trying to decide like what we do put in and what benefits would make sense, the $0 copays probably won't make sense, right? But what benefit can we put in that we can build that would make sense for the people in Window Rock and for them, right? And those are the things that we look at and can communicate to try to make an impactful plan for that business and that group. So.
And the second question, how much will it cost CCSD employees if the district decides to accept insurance for employees?
$0. It's all paid for through FICA savings, so $0. Yep. So it's pre-tax through the Section 125, so no cost to the district, no cost to the employee. Yep. Almost too good to be true.
Really? I don't want to send you guys to federal prison.
But listen, this is the landscape of what we're currently in. Is ERC money too good to be true? I'm getting businesses $10 million all the time that's coming from the federal government. PPP loans, right? There's $450 million allocated from the federal government for small businesses. The landscape of what insurance used to be and what is going on federally has changed substantially over the last 15 years, right? The money that's there that we have access to, the problem is there's no conduit for a lot of communities to have access to those. And that's what I've built my businesses around, is becoming conduit to give small businesses access to those federal funds. Right? If you were a small business, we'd be talking about, other than a school district, we'd be talking about other avenues that we have access to that CCSD don't qualify for. But when I go talk to NECA or I go talk to a NAPI, we're talking about multiple verticals that we can serve them in. That is federal money that they have access to. It's just unique because of the size of your group, 1,000 employees and things like that. So, yeah.
Madam President?
And how would this fit our visa people?
As long as, so the requirements are three things. Are they W-2 employees? Do they make over $20,000 a year? And do they pay into FICA savings or into FICA? If those three things are happening, they qualify. Yep. Those are the three requirements.
Okay. Go ahead, board member Montoya.
So again, just to make clear, because a couple of words were brought up, the guidance of 401k, and Mr. Beller stated that he doesn't do that. Am I repeating that correctly, Mr. Beller?
Yeah, so this has nothing to do with 401ks, but I am a minority partner at Appreciation Financial, which is the largest 401k provider and supporter of school districts in the United States. You can Google that, Appreciation Financial. But we're not talking about that. That won't come into anything that we're doing here, Gary, at all. We're talking about just Champ Plan.
Okay, so that brings up another question. Is the company that you're tied to, are they related to any of the services that we provide in respects to opportunities for our employees?
Absolutely. So going forward, if there's any service that I can provide to CCSD, you're more than welcome to ask, and I'd be happy to, see if we could help any way that you would like.
So the other question that stems from that too, since we've opened the door and allowed you to do this, that means we're going to have to open the door and allow others to come in and present the same information or guidance to our employees as well in front of the school board as opportunities.
Sure.
So on slides 2 and 2.
Yep. So those are the premiums that we allocate, the $120 and the $44. The $120 is premiums, and then the $44 is the admin fee. And so essentially that's the premiums that are paid, but those premiums are generated through the savings. Yeah, it is. So, well, yeah, no kidding. It doesn't get any more confusing. So in our FICA savings, we're paying 7.65 as an employer, but the employee is also matching it at 7.65. And whenever we're able to move money on the front end through payroll coordination, the savings that are created from them not having to pay that 15% tax, which Congress allows us to do, and legislation has been said that we can do that, puts it to where those savings can be used for premiums, for indemnity plans, and health management plans. And so we're creating the savings to be able to make everyone net positive, and then you also get the standalone benefit. That's the $44 admin fee. So the total, it's $120 and $44, but there's no cost to the employee or the school district. It's generated through FICA savings. It's like taking a drink from a fire hydrant the first time, a little bit at the start.
That lawyer mine is
No, it's great. No, this is, I mean, at the end of the day, we want it, like, at the end of the day, we want it to be looked at in depth so that it's right for CCSD. Please, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions or concerns?
Any questions, board members, comments?
Thank you guys for your time. It's nice to see everyone again.
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Board President, may I close with a comment? All right, thank you. Thank you, Board President Aspis, Superintendent Carlson, and members of the board, community of CCSD, community members tonight. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to present on behalf of a Section 125 Affordable Care Insurance to provide basic necessities and services to the school district employees and their families. Prior to me serving at the nomination of the Window Rock United, the Capitol, I was able to foresee what could be potentially beneficial to the communities of education, to social services, all the way to the elders and the youth. This opportunity would be, something that too good to be true, but also a once in a lifetime be able to be a chance to be given sustainably. That we do see the cost of living increasingly, gas prices, food, everything that we do have educators coming in from Colorado off the reservation to educate our students, and they pay a price to be able to educate our native students. And for me to be able to give back to Central Casada School District for my 5 years of service, I just want to be able to provide what seems to be too good to be true, but also an opportunity to bring more value to families and their homes. Understanding that just going back upon the rise of cost of living, and also be able to see where we can be able to help bring a winning style to the native communities and their home styles. Especially, as you mentioned earlier this evening, the collective bargaining agreement, the CBA with the union. I think the union will, I'm not speaking for them, but I can potentially say that they would, add this to their initiatives, maybe the next agreement for the next school year, or possibly, be able to revise the CBA agreement to be able to win the unions, their membership. And because the unions do stand for employees' compensation and benefits, this would align to their objective. Not speaking politically, but they're able to bring fruition into their membership and to be able to retain their membership for the teachers union. And that is all I wish to say. And of course, the drone. The drone is something that the nomination was presented to, but the nomination, of course, I said no, thank you. Thank you, but no, thank you. And that was the opportunity to be a comeback story for the nomination after the COVID-19 pandemic, because we were able to work with a company called ZapCure, and they were partnered with Mission Go, which is one of the brothers of Under Armour, who had this drone activity to be able to provide for Navajo communities, such as the Masanas and Shays, who live in rural areas, who cannot drive 60 miles to get a prescription in Chinle when they live off-grid. And this drone activity was able to provide services to deliver fruits, vegetables, and also medications to them if they're stuck in the snow or washed out roads as well. But unfortunately, the nomination said, no, thank you, but no thank you. You guys are too far advanced yet. But now looking back at what Affordable Care Insurance can be able to provide for Central Casada School District family members and community, looking into partnership with Mission Go and ZapCure with Affordable Care Insurance to bring this into reality, so that way no families can be placed upon more burden upon their income and travel. But I just want to thank the board. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this time. Thank you. This is the longest 3-minute presentation I've ever done. But I just want to thank you all. It's good to be back. I miss Central Casada School District. I always pray for you all every morning and every night. I love you all. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're on to item F. Section 4, item F, update on Public Education Department visits to schools by Peter Deswood.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Carlson, board members who are out there in virtual land. This will not be as fun as that presentation. No drones.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Again, thank you. So really quickly, I do have a presentation about the site visits. I know there was a bit of panic last week. However, everything is under control. So that we have some schools who are identified as comprehensive school improvement. These were designations that were pre-pandemic, 2015, 16, 17. These are 4 schools. Kirtland Middle School is identified as CSI, but also designated as a sub-designation of SD, which is students with disability. And EL is for our English language learners. So they have 2 sub-designations. So what that means is based on test results, these schools didn't score, or they scored as high as the bottom 5% of schools in these specific subcategories. So that's why they got this designation. Shiprock High School is graduation rate, which they missed by like, I think, a third of a percentage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been that designation of graduation rate. Nijoni also has a CSI designation, and that's just for performance across the board. Sebeta Middle School as well is performance. By the way, these results were from 2 years ago, from when we first came back into schools, so the numbers are a bit off. Actually, we should be having some data coming out here within the next couple of weeks from the PED. So can you go back up really? We do have one school that's identified as MRI. Is that on there? So there's one other school that's identified as more rigorous intervention, and that's career prep. Okay, so there's some good things that come with these designations. I know years ago there was designations for CSI as well, but there was no guidance from the Public Education Department, not as significant as the guidance that's being provided and support that's being provided right now. So we can go ahead and go up.
So are they the same group?
Actually, they're not, because Newcomb High School was a CSI designation, and they actually came off CSI designation. They moved to another category called targeted support interventions. So, but the ones that we do need to be worried about, we are making a concerted effort with the different academic departments to provide support for these schools who are identified. Notice there was one that was students with disabilities or English language learners. I've been working with Dr. Lopez and Amanda to remind them that we need to have our coordinators go into schools and support our principals and teachers, just so that we can, in fact, even in their 90-day plans, schools are writing in their 90-day plan critical actions to target interventions for these subgroups, okay? So again, like I said, these schools are identified based on the yearly testing data that we take. We can go and go up. So who is conducting the site visits? Well, the PED has contracted with former retired superintendents, assistant superintendents, directors, and other central office staff. So people that have served in the public education sector across New Mexico are coming into schools, and they're essentially providing a 360 evaluation. They're interviewing the principal, they're interviewing the leadership team, they're also interviewing teachers, they're interviewing parents, and they're interviewing students. And then they get an assessment of how the school's doing, and I'll go to the categories here in just a bit. So go to the next slide. Oh, so this, I don't know why, for some reason the location is different. So this is the one that I was talking about. So career prep is on there for their graduation rate, which, by the way, I mean, a alternative high school to get the designation of 67 or 68% or higher graduation rate is very kind of impossible to do, but they keep getting on the list. In fact, Career Prep was one of the schools that was on CSI status about 3 or 4 years ago as well. So go ahead and go up. So what does it mean for schools? Each school will receive a site visit and be scored in the following areas: equity and culture, leadership, instructional infrastructure, talent management, and then support and accountability. Like I said, these 5 areas, there are sub-questions that are asked. There's questions that are asked associated with each of those 5 areas. Like I said, they're asking the principal, and they're about 30 to 45-minute interviews of each of these groups, okay? So they're taking all of this information. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Well, here's what they're looking for. They're looking for what the school is doing well, like successes, and they're also looking for celebrations. I guess they're the same, success and celebrations. But they're looking for promising practices, what's going well, what are some opportunities for growth, and then potential next steps. So the nice thing, and they were very, I guess, upfront with this, because I sat in on the debrief conversation with KMS last week, and one of the comments that they made was, we're not coming in telling you what to do, okay? They were very intentional by saying, we're taking recommendations from you and your team for those potential next steps. And then we're here to support you in that mission. Like I said, former superintendents, district office staff, former principals are part of that committee to provide coaching to our principals in our schools. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. Now, the nice thing, now maybe this is as nice as Adam's and Coach's presentation. The 5 schools receive an additional $51,000 to support the work to transform their schools out of those designations, okay? They have 3 years to do it, very similar to the way it was before, 3 years to do it, and then after that there are some actions that the school takes. If we don't move those schools out of those designations, then we have to look at switching up the leadership, essentially is what happens. Again, these funds have to be spent based on the school's 90-day plan. For some reason, someone didn't.
Say that again, what you just said. You got 3 years?
Well, they have 3 years. So what happens is the designation, they have 3 years to come out of CSI or MRI status, okay? And then what happens after that is, of course, you can look at shuffling up a principal or put additional support to get out of that particular designation. So very similar to what was before. I don't know, before they would say, oh, school takeover or something like that. Well, this one, it's a little bit different, kind of. So there's support provided, not only just dollars, but also each of the principals will get a coach that they're going to be working with from one of these former superintendents, principal, district office staff to help guide them through this school transformation process. In fact, in all honesty, some of the work, based on root cause analysis that we did last school year with the schools, all of our principals this year, actually all of our building principals are going through this same Priority School Bureau PED program that leads to school performance, transforming schools and to make them into becoming performing schools. So we saw some of this looking at root cause last year, so we put some stuff in place to get principals support and coaching. I mean, maybe it is as good as Adam's program. So the PED is actually paying for our principals to go through coaching, leadership coaching, and leadership professional development. So anyway, they're going through these programs. They're very similar to this support that they're going to be getting through the CSI, MRI designations. But what happens is the funds that the schools are going to be used have to be aligned to the 90-day plan. So there's a direct expense or funding that has to go straight to, like if a school identifies, here's what's going on. And by the way, this will help Mr. Montoya's performance-based accounting, because schools are doing stuff, they're documenting it. If they want PD, and there's been a big push this year to say, all right, we want to go here, well, how's it tied to the 90-day plan, right? And being more fiscally responsible for those dollars. So there's been a big push across the directors and down to our principals. Is it in the school's 90-day plan? And also, is it in a teacher's PDP plan or a principal's competency development plan? So there has to be alignment so those dollars So those dollars are being fiscally, I guess there's a level of fiscal responsibility to the money that we are getting. Okay, go to the next slide. So far, Kirtland Middle School, Nizhoni, and Shiprock High School are done with their site visits. Shiprock had theirs today, and basically they're there from 8 o'clock till, I was at KMS's until 5 o'clock. Again, it's a conversation. I guess, PED folks are coming in, and they're here to support our schools and put a plan in place to help them move out of those CSI or MRI designations. All right, and the last one. Thank you. I stand for questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You said that the results were from testing from 2014, 2015?
No, it was from 2021, or 2022, whenever students first came back in person from the pandemic. So that's why the scores are a little bit skewed, I guess we could say, because we didn't have all of our kids back in yet, and the testing was a bit off. And by the way, it was delayed. Whenever we went down the 5 CSI and MRI schools, whenever we went down to meet with the PED a couple of weeks ago, the director said they dropped the ball with support, and they were very upfront with that, because, you know, the PED was supposed to be giving dollars to any schools that were designated as CSI or MRI, but they had no mechanism, no system to provide that support, because there was, I think this year they said that there was 120 or 125 schools that got these particular designations. Does that answer your question, Ms. Aspen?
It does, but I have a follow-up question. So out of the schools that were identified as CSI schools, pre-pandemic, how many were identified as CSI schools?
So there was, I believe, if I recall correctly, there was Career Prep, and then there was also Newcomb High School. Like I said earlier, Newcomb High School did come off CSI status. Their graduation rate is in the mid-70s, so that's why they actually, I think it was like 70.8% or so. So they passed that threshold of 67% mark to move out of being identified as CSI.
Okay, thank you. I just think it's I guess unfair to be identified as a CSI school if those things were unclear at the time coming out of pandemic, not having. I remember, I think it was at that time whether they were going to test or not test, and there was. I think there was a lot of obstacles at that time, so I'm just kind of surprised that this is occurring. But if it means extra funding and extra support, we'll just hold head to that.
And extra stress, because you know, having to spend $51,000 is a bit stressful.
Yeah. I would understand that it is. It's just I think it's just another point against PED in my book. Thank you.
My comment is at that time, the testing that they were using, they no longer, I think they wanted the districts to come up with their own form of testing. And so anyhow, that's some of the stuff that I remember. And with I mean, there's so many variables coming out of that, and then we're still in it somewhat. And so I don't know what it means to come out. and then we had a different superintendent at that time, and then PED now has a new education secretary, or secretary of education there. So I don't know. Just that's why I was asking. And then my question: did you invite any board member?
So principals received the protocol that they were supposed to follow. So I don't recall if on that list it said to invite a board member, because one of them, actually, they're very focused on the principal, the leadership team, the teachers, of course, the parents and the students. So that, 10 to 15, aside from the leadership team, maybe 5 to 6. But it's like, I looked at the results of it from KMS. I haven't received Najoni's yet, because it was just yesterday. I think it took they have 2 to 3 days to get the report to the principal. But no, I don't recall them saying we would need a school board member representative in there. Literally, I think we got it maybe a week before that they were going to come and visit the schools. So but there is another one tomorrow at Sebetop Middle School, and then on Thursday at Career Prep. The directors, Mr. Carlson and I, have been going to them, checking in with them. But I tell you, some of the things with some of the 5 schools, like, we've seen things, but through these surveys, like, those challenges, right, those promising practices are coming out to this independent group of 3 reviewers. But each of the 3 principals that I met with, they said, you know what, it's good to get a baseline of where we're at, because now I know what I need to do to improve my school. So I guess it's, getting an accurate picture. I know last year when Mr. Carlson hired me, I was like, well, the good thing is, we can't go any lower, right? We can only go up. Very similar to these schools, they can't go any lower. What they have to do is put some systems in place and follow those systems. One of them is engaging the team, right? Getting input from the leadership team.
How big was this group?
Oh, gosh. Go ahead, Mr. Carlson.
There were 3 in each team.
In each team?
Of the PED folks who came out and did the evaluations, there were 3. There were generally former superintendents and central office staff.
Okay, 3 in each team. How many teams?
There's the same teams doing most of the schools. So there's 3 people. There's been 4 total people so far.
Okay, for the schools, career prep, how many went over there?
Career prep's on Thursday. So each one will get 3 people.
Okay.
So there's a leader and then two participants.
And then Najoni?
They'll get 3 as well.
Okay, and then who else was?
So last Tuesday was Kirtland Middle School. Yesterday was Najoni.
So they got 3 too?
Yeah. Each team that comes to evaluate the school, they send 3 representatives.
Okay. So career prep, how many were native?
None of them.
And Najoni?
0.
So how did they?
That's a really good question. I don't know what their rationale was. What the rationale was for selecting the reviewers. My guess would be there's not a lot of retired superintendents, assistant superintendents, directors that are Native American to go out there and consult, to work with the PED to do these evaluations. I believe 2 of them were.
And then Your first slide, can you put that up?
Yeah.
2 of the 3 have been, were former CCSD employees.
Yeah.
Who was that? Teachers?
Well,
Superintendent?
teachers. I don't know.
So one was an ex-superintendent that was at Grants in Belen who served as a principal here, and his name is Max Perez.
Mm-hmm.
And another was Phil Valdez, who was in Farmington as executive superintendent or
What was it?
deputy superintendent.
Deputy superintendent.
Yeah, for
and
time.
a teacher here.
And he taught at CCSD prior to going there. He was the director in Farmington of special ed services.
Special program.
So the next slide. Next one. Next one. Next. That one. So how are they supposed to get equity and culture?
So with equity and culture is they ask questions that are centered on equitable practices within the school. Actually, do you want me to read I can pull up the questions if you would like me to read some of the questions. Okay.
Yeah,
So one
you
sec.
could.
Do you have it? Yeah, I can read a couple of the culture and equity questions while you're pulling it up. One is, to what degree has the school established equitable practices that ensure all students and staff have an opportunity to reach their full potential? They've listed promising.
I have a question,
Go
Board
ahead.
President, before I forget.
Yes, go ahead. Deswood is still looking up some info.
So, clarification, who does the 90-day plan? Is it the school, administration? Who's involved in doing the 90-day plan, making that plan?
So
Hello?
the building principal leads the creation of the 90-day plan with the leadership team. So then they do root cause analysis, they look at the data initially, and then they identify a performance challenge based on the root cause, and then they create desired outcomes, meaning whenever the 90-day plan is complete, the desired outcome would eliminate the root cause, which would also eliminate the performance challenge. But it's all based on looking at testing data for each individual school. Each of the departments, we actually have 90-day plans as well, based on student data. Like, what are we going to do to support kids, right? And what actions, what critical actions are we taking to ensure that our desired outcomes come to fruition?
So, clarification, who is the team? Is that from PED, or are we also have internal school site teams?
The review team is their independent contractors with the public education department. So
Okay.
they're a team of 3 coming to.
So I don't mean to interrupt you, but so this team, they're going to stay with us for the duration of implementing this 90-day plan, which could go up to 3 years, correct?
No. So what happens is they're coming to do the evaluation. It's a 360 assessment of the leader. Okay, they're
Okay.
looking at these 5 areas that that are on the screen right now. Each of the areas have, I think, 5 or 6 questions underneath it to get a understanding of strengths and weaknesses of the school and the leadership team, okay? The 90-day plan, each school has its own 90-day plan. Each principal has to submit a 90-day plan to it's called the New Mexico Dash Portal. And maybe 8-10 years ago, they used to call that an EPS plan. But it's a plan for the school to address testing data, any challenges that they're facing. So that's part of what we're, it should guide everything. In fact, I sent a message to the principals a couple days ago. If your 90-day plan, if you are not leading your school by your 90-day plan, you're essentially leading a building, like, and the wind's blowing you wherever you want. That 90-day plan, that's what we're doing to address our test results. Okay, so it's the root cause analysis is a systematic approach to improving performance within our schools. And it's very focused on adult actions as opposed to saying that our kids don't have access to resources, they don't have access to technology. So then as the adult, what actions can we do? What can we control within our classrooms to help our kids improve?
Okay. And these are based off the assessment scores from 2021.
That is correct. And like I said, whenever the public education department brought us to Albuquerque 2 weeks ago, that was one of the first things they said, we dropped the ball. The director said we dropped the ball, and there was no system in place to support these schools. And but moving forward, this is one of the actions that the public education department was going to do, was to put this specific system of support in place to help our CSI and MRI schools.
So at the beginning of their report, are they going to put that in quotation, that they dropped the ball?
Well, for these particular reports that are coming out, no, but I mean, it's, I can send it to Mr. Carlson. Actually, I think he might have a copy of the initial report from KMS, and then he can forward that to the board for you all to take a look at. And there's 2 documents. The second document, actually, it's on a 5-point, what do you call it, Likert scale, where there's, gosh, I think there's like 70 or 80. There's another school that has 100 responses from within the principal, the leadership team, the teachers, the families, and then the students, where they provide input on the leadership ability of the principal. Okay, so that's where, and I mean, Mr. Carlson knows this, right? We, as a building principal, like that's our responsibility. That's our responsibility to improve that school. It's what we do. It's the actions that we take as a building principal to improve. And in fact, with Mr. Carlson's leadership, one of the things he said is, us as a support staff out here, that's what we are. We need to be helping these schools, and that's why earlier in the presentation I commented, we have 2 schools that have sub-designation of L or SD. Our SSO and our ICO department need to be helping those schools with training, talking about differentiating instruction, talking about how we support our students that are identified as L, whether with WIDA training or elevation training. So I hope that answers your question, Ms. Husky.
So I guess somewhere in there, I know that some parents, they get letters from the schools, and probably these few principals that we don't have adequate teachers, and that we have long-term subs. Is that something they addressed or something they talked about?
So, well, I think part of the equity part is if our schools aren't adequately funded, that's where that 51,000 is they're bringing in an additional 51,000. It doesn't matter if the school is identified as family income index or at risk. In addition, one of the things that we've been doing as a curriculum instruction team is aligning some of our other funds as well to support these CSI schools. So, for example, remember the beginning of the year, we had our professional learning community training. So within that, we actually have, I believe we have four schools that we can identify to get additional support. And we've identified KMS, Nijoni, and then Shiprock High and Career Prep to receive additional support because we already paid Marzano to come and do our PLC. Well, we have four groups to come in and provide supports. And this was based on whenever we initially, whenever this data was embargoed, we saw that, okay, we have 5 schools who are identified. We need to find a way to provide support to these schools. And that's why whenever we get these designations, a lot of our resources and additional resources need to go to help support these schools. And that's essentially what we've been doing. And that was just initially one of the reasons why we started looking at that professional learning conference. Part of it is because when teachers are engaged and talking about student work and collaborating, right? We wanted them to understand that that's the single, aside from having a certified teacher in the classroom, that's one of the I guess research-based ways to improve instruction. So a lot of the stuff we've been working on, a lot of the funneling of those dollars is to help support some of these schools. I mean, some of our other schools still get the funding, but then we're trying to, I guess, direct some more of the funds to help support these schools.
And, you know, with the, when we found that Shiprock High School was using the 50% grading instead of 0, you know, that was along that testing. And when PED didn't know what kind of tests and wanted the district, and then it came forth that they go ahead and use the 50%. But that was just for a certain time and not to keep with it. And then to find out that Shiprock was still using that, and that was, to me, I am so upset about that. It was done before about 5 years ago, and at that time it was a board decision that no, we are not using that, and then to hear it pop up, and I think we did a really disservice for our students. Any other questions, comments, board members?
Got a question.
Go ahead.
So on the slide that says, what is the PED looking for? It says the PED is looking for school success and celebrations, promising practices, opportunities for growth, potential next steps. Can you be a little bit more specific?
Yes, absolutely. So let me pull up email really quick. So some of the areas that they look at. So whenever the principles are scored, like I said, it's on a 5.0 rubric. So they're looking, like I had on the previous slide, they're they're asking questions to understand equity and culture within the school building, right? One of the examples that I have right here is, let me read the question. How are students performing in comparison to the rest of the district and state? How does performance vary across subgroups? So identifying subgroups, because some of those designations are L or students with disability. So what type of interventions are being provided to students in these subgroups, right? Like MLS's layers of support. How are we identifying and how are we doing reteaching? Things of that nature, okay? Another one is, how has school-wide performance changed over time? So looking at trends, getting feedback from the staff and then our stakeholders, and then the reason why they're doing that is to get an accurate picture, instead of not just looking at the data and saying, okay, like this school is a CSI school. They're trying to identify, like it says, what's going well within that school, right? There's also opportunities, like for example, I heard one of the schools was there was no communication between the upper school, the principal, and the teachers. Very similar, so then the system of support that needed to be put in there to open up the lines of communication. Okay, so principal, you know how we always talk about a bottom-up approach to leadership. Essentially, that's what it's getting at, is shared leadership and communicating back and forth, in multiple directions, not just the principal saying it's my way or the highway, right? So then that's what comes out with these interviews, as far as like whenever we looked at culture, equity, funds, how are funds being used, what programs are in there. The second indicator is leadership, right? They're trying to get I keep saying a 360 degree assessment of the school, and so that they can put help the principal put a plan in place, so that our data so that our scores and achievement will go up. Okay, I hope that answered your question, Mr. Montoya.
So, sounds almost a little bit of a redundancy, because if I'm not mistaken, that's your responsibility, correct?
Well, you're right, that is the responsibility of the building principal. But the thing is, what it does is identifies weaknesses within the system. They look at to see if it's a system issue or if it's a capacity issue. So if it's a capacity issue, earlier I stated one of the things that the public education department is going to do is assign one of these leaders, one of these retired leaders, to coach each of our principals out of the designations. So, which is different from before, right? Before 2018, the schools were identified as CSI as well, or A, B, C, D, and F school. Well, when those designations were given, the PED wasn't providing this much support for schools to help them get out of improvement status.
My comment was a redundancy to what you provide the principals in your role.
Well, yes, that is correct. That is actually what I was hired to do. One of the things that I do is while I was a high school principal, I was a performance coach for two principals in the southern part of New Mexico.
Okay, so the other question I have off that, in respects to looking at those 5 points as a whole, and you kind of alluded to one of them, special education services. Would that include support services from the administration, which is student support services, obviously, and what they provide or what they don't provide. And my question really is revolving around what the educators themselves, because I'm sure they talk to teachers, just make an assumption that they spoke to the actual service providers, which are the educators themselves, and got feedback. Is that true?
That is correct. They got feedback from teachers. They got feedback from the leadership team. Even the families. Is this what you're seeing? Right. They're looking at, I guess, essentially inconsistencies within the leadership capacity of the principal. Like, for example, you look at instructional infrastructure, right? I know Mr. Carlson has, with our principals, he's talking about, well, the biggest thing to improve, one of the biggest things to improve student achievement, one of them is to do walkthroughs, provide our teachers with an observation, feedback, and then an opportunity to reteach. Right. If you look at the research on one of the reasons why teachers are leaving the profession is because they don't know how they're doing. They're not getting feedback. They're not getting coaching. So there's a lot of coaching. So if you look at instructional infrastructure, what are we doing to provide, targeted support? One of them is PLCs for instructional infrastructure. Some of these overlap actually, because if you think about talent management, talent management is coaching our people, helping them feel valued if they're struggling, providing them support, providing them, principals are instructional leaders, right? So they're providing them strategies. If they don't know the strategies, that's where I had communicated to ICO and SSO saying, hey, we have a couple schools that are designated as EL or SD. We need to be providing these schools support. So essentially it's like layered support as well for our schools that have these designations. So if we have a MRI school, we need to be going over to that school, 2 times per month, checking in with each of the directors and checking in.
Okay, so will we be getting feedback on some of those specific services like special education, whether it be professional development to the educators, intervention from student support services for the teachers, for the buildings, for the services that are needed, or a communication collaboration with the parents on how best to serve their students? Will there be a collective response on that from those people that came in and made those assessments?
So, I actually don't know what's going to happen with the reports. Part of it is because it goes to the central office, and then of course Mr. Carlson can send it on to the board for review and take a look at it and read the reports. But what ends up happening is, like I had mentioned before, is these folks are going to be working with our principals to create next steps, right? And then providing support as well. And you're right. It's like this is a system that I've been trying to put into place. Going and meeting with them, doing walkthroughs with them. But then again, it's an additional support that the public education department is providing. And to be a little bit more specific, Kirtland Middle School's a 90-day plan. They have 2 focus areas to support our Ls and to support our students with disabilities, since those are subgroups where they did not test, where they got that designation. So a lot of the funding and support that they're going to be needing is based on, and again, this is targeted support that is based on root cause analysis to help bring those scores up.
All right, thank you.
To go back to that that word used, redundancy. I don't really agree, because, as you said, when this was taken, which is just before coming back from COVID, and the superintendent and the assistant superintendent in place, those duties weren't being fulfilled, I don't think. And in fact, you can only do so much through Zoom. So I think in comparing the two, I don't, from that person to, what you're doing now, I don't think that's fair. Any other questions, comments, board members?
I like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I think I liked the statement that Mr. Deadwood made as, from here, we just have, we can just, move forward. And I think maybe this is a teachable moment about how our community didn't really really thrive with Zoom. I think that this really shows the inequity, again, of how our community really was at a disadvantage during the pandemic and post-pandemic, because, again, we continue to be singled out due to some of the things that happened during that time. And but I think, like Mr. Deswood said, this gives us a starting point, a benchmark, and it'll allow our teachers to, and our community, the sites identified, the extra support and, further, I guess, benchmarks, goals. So, thank you.
Ms. Aspis, may I make one more comment?
Go ahead.
Rest assured, there is urgency with this, right? This is on our radar. It's been communicated thoroughly with our academic planning team, our directors, and we are being very intentional with the support that we're providing. In fact, the level of accountability has increased, right? We know we know where we're at. Now we're coaching skill and will. A lot of the training we've been doing is making sure our people know how to use our instructional programs, making sure that our principals have the training to be effective leaders. Remember, I talked about building capacity. If our leaders have capacity, then they can make these instructional decisions within the building. Very much so. We hear the message from the board about, this performance-based budgeting, right? It's all aligned. It's making sure that, if someone wants to travel, how is that gonna improve the outcome of student test scores going up, right? And it's, being an accountant in my previous career, I was a penny pincher as a principal, right? And I'm a kind of a penny pincher as a CNI director, being very intentional that this dollar is being stretched and this dollar is being used, and we can see a direct correlation between if we send a teacher to this PD, there's going to be an outcome of increased test scores, increased attendance, lower insubordination. We call those the lagging indicators, right? We're doing these things on the front end so that those lagging indicators like test scores that we're being evaluated on, those go away. So thank you.
So in your report, you also mentioned about special ed?
That is correct. So in fact, I found the questions if you want to hear them. Here's one of them. Family members are treated with respect and dignity. And the leader and staff make every effort to meet students' individual learning and growth needs. That's one question. Principal, community, leadership team, staff, and parents. Here's another question. The school has resources to support the social and emotional needs of every student. Another question. They have rules and procedures and expectations for positive behavior, and most students follow them. Here's another one. The school provides, or the staff provides, a safe and nurturing learning space for all students and staff. Overall, students, parents, and staff members enjoy attending and being a part of the Kirtland, of the school community. I mean, it's a really nice assessment, right? Like I said, I think it's a pretty good a good tool for us to learn from and then make changes, so, thank you.
Well, I just wanted to say, this is a comment, that, this is the first time I've gone, to LFC committee meetings, where both Senate and representatives are sitting there, and then also for the Indian Ed committees. And then, even to be fair, I went to recently health, education, HESIC, I think what's short for tribal. And I think that word is befitting a dog and pony show. I mean, I don't see how you can do assessments with these snapshots, with these little. And then we went out there for one of the committees, and which one was that? The one in Santa Fe? LFC. And got there, we were put on the last part of the agenda, which everybody was pretty much gone. And then when we did have a comment section, Senator Pinto, Shannon Pinto, decided to chastise us, and I think she confused us with Gallup. And so, it's just really disheartening. And so when I'm here listening to presentations, and I'm pretty sure with the other board members, give us the truth, and I really like Mr. Ballard and Mr. Begay's presentation. I mean, they're trying to present, insurance, but they also want to know the truth. They want to, tear it apart. Let's find out if there's something really wrong with it. And I think that's the approach we need to have, because everything can't be great. I mean, there's just so much going on that everything can't be perfect. And so as long as we know the truth, as long as we know that there is somebody's working on it, somebody is doing something about it, good. So, any more questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any additional questions or comments. Thank you.
I have none, thanks.
Board Member George?
No comment, thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
I have none.
Thank you. And so we are now at G, RFP 23, maintenance 500 special services, intercom and telecommunications, telephone, fire alarm, and security systems by Candace Thompson. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Good evening, Board President Aspas, board members online, community members. Certainly I'm not Candace Thompson, but I'm presenting on behalf of Director Thompson. So I'm here to present the RFP proposal evaluation results for RFP number 23-maintenance-500. The RFP name is called Special Services Intercom Telecommunications telephone, firearms, or fire alarms, and security systems. And the bid was advertised on July 26, 2023, and I think there's a timeline to get it bid, the deadline bid to be September 6, 2023. So the date of RFP opening was September 7, 2023. So just giving you the general scope of work with the RFP. So Operations Department is requesting for soliciting a sealed proposal from qualified individuals or agencies for special on-call services for installation, cleaning, programming, replacement, and maintenance of telephone, intercom, fire alarm, and security systems for as-needed services. So here are some of the criteria that was used for the process of the RFP evaluation. So the first one is the qualifications and experience of potential bidders, responsiveness of the provisions of the RFP, including project design and implementations of projects, overall team organization, including credentials, technical competence, and experience of individuals, overall past experiences of similar size and complexity. Personal, second one is the qualifications and experience of key individuals assigned to Central Consolidated School District. Service maintenance plan, warranty, service maintenance, inspection, testing timelines, customer support, and annual inspections. The next one is understand on-demand projects, understanding on on-demand projects, project approaches, demonstrated capabilities to achieve cost-effective projects to meet all requirements. There's also a reference requirement. Offers should provide 3 references from similar projects performed in education setting, excluding Central Consolidated. The cost is also being looked at, the evaluation of each offeror's cost proposal, like a formula, price of low bidder over price of the offeror's bid times the total points allocated. New Mexico resident business preference or Native American resident business preference is also included in the process. Offeror shall include a copy of their in-state certification issued by the State of New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department, or veteran New Mexico resident business preference or Native American resident veteran business preference. To qualify, an offeror must include copy of their resident veteran certificate issued by the State of New Mexico Tax and Revenue Department. So here, the next table shows us the result of the evaluation. So you can see on the right side, the 2 last columns shows the total score and the average score. So we have one proposal. We received 1 proposals from Network Cabling Incorporated. Recommendation to award the bid to Network Cabling Incorporated. And here are some of the highlights that we captured from the proposal. So the company and employees are very knowledgeable in the field and have extensive experience with required licenses and certifications. Service and warranty plans are adequate and similar with systems mentioned in RFP, identifies maintenance requirements, incorporates inspections and test through timelines in a calendar year. And lastly, offers on-site and remote training as needed to CCSD staff, and response time to meet requirements and jobs are reasonable. And it is acknowledged by Director Candice Thompson and Christy Walter, Procurement Officer, on September 11, 2023. I stand for question, if there's any.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I have no questions.
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board President.
Item H, report on listing of memorialized jerseys by Michael Switch. One minute.
Good evening, Board President, other school board members, superintendent, our community members. My name is Michael Switch. I'm the district athletic coordinator for CCSD, and I did have the opportunity to visit with our building leaders in reference to the memorabilia of jerseys being hung, I would say displayed, at Newcomb High School, Shiprock High School, and Kirtland High School. From what I have gathered, the jerseys that are being displayed, such as Newcomb, we have 2 female students who have their jerseys displayed due to an incident when they were involved in a critical accident. We also have a male student in Newcomb High School who had health issues, and he lost his, he's deceased, and this is at his senior year. The jerseys that are being displayed in the pit at Shiprock High School, 2 of the 3 were enlisted in the military and then died when being active duty in the military. The other jersey that's being displayed of the 3, he died with some health issues. That's why it's being those 3 are being displayed at Shiprock High School. At Kirtland, you have 3 female jerseys that are being displayed there at Kirtland Central High School. Their jerseys are for their accomplishments of what they've gone beyond their high school. They're able to participate at the Division I level. And those are jerseys are being displayed there at Kirtland Central High School. I do want to bring this to your attention. The building leader is wanting to display a male jersey. He was enlisted in the military, and while in the military, he lost his life. They would like to hang his number up and show their appreciation of what he did for our country.
So with that list there, I just wanted the board to be aware and Mr. Switch has already made clear and that NMAA has no process, no procedure, that it's up to the board to make that process. And so I think at a later date we can put that on the agenda to set a criteria on what needs to be met or to do that, because there's already been a squabble and the ones with the accomplishments, I guess the parent decided to be vocal and tell the other parent of the military that whatever. And so really needed to, the audacity, that's what I keep thinking. But again, we always go back to policy, and that's something that hasn't been put in place.
Can I mention something, Board President? I do want to mention when I was visiting with the building principals, most importantly, they did mention this to me at all 3 high schools. They would not do nothing as far as hanging a jersey until they ask the proper authority. They would make sure they would ask the questions, is it something in policy and can we do it? So I do want to respect our building leaders for bringing this up during our conversation.
Right. And so, again, for me, I wanted to go back to policy to see what was there. There's none. And then NMAA, there's none. So, you know, as today, the board, at a later date, we can do that. And create a policy and then you know and keep you informed. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, board members, comments?
I'd just like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I think you're correct in asking for the policies to be developed, and maybe as next step, we should outline some dates that we can have a retreat or something to be able to look at all the policies to amend what we need to, and then add in these areas too. Thank you.
Yeah. Sounds good. Any other questions, comments?
I have no questions or comments.
I have none.
I have no comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board President.
Okay, we're going on to item I, update or an audit. Almost said Audi for special ed services by Jermaine Chappelle.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Superintendent, and staff. So this item will actually need to go to our next item. I think I had a small communication issue on this one when we talked about it last Thursday. It's not ready for today.
And I do want to say she did tell me, and I didn't listen. So we will happily skip over that.
And then, Board President, I just want to remind you that we do want to make a change on consent agenda language, and you have that in front of you.
Okay. We'll go on to item 5. Section 5, item A. Possible item removed from consent agenda. May I have a motion to, this is an amendment? Or just amendment to the orders? Okay, motion for an amendment to the language of item L. I need a motion.
I motion.
Okay, and okay.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
is it item L or item I?
It's L. Then you know what, I didn't do this. Okay, as it reads, item L, request for approval of gift donation to Nashchitty Elementary Schools from Whitewater Community Church for box of school supplies and self-hygiene products valued at $15. So we got the total of students, and so that gives a value of, I can't read your writing.
In front of you.
So we just went further in putting a whole total figure on there.
Board members, just to clarify, the language in its original form only talks about the value of each box for students. And we learned that 63 students would get boxes. So we just wanted to make sure the language was clear, that there would be a total of approximately $945 in value being donated. Does that help, board members?
So we need a motion.
You have a motion, I think you need a second.
Need a second.
I'm still confused, Madam President. What are we motioning for? Remove or to?
No, we're just adding, before it just gave $15 a box for how many students?
63.
63 students.
Yes.
So it's $945 value.
So that's all we're adding to that. That form is the total.
So we're adding to item L instead of 15. We're putting a total on rather than $15 a box.
Yes.
I can read the proposed amendment if you like.
I'll second that.
Oh, no.
Do you want me to just read it? Okay.
Okay, so we got a second, and we'll go ahead and vote. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. So we are now down to Section 7. And you better read it. I'll be coughing. 7 for executive.
We're down for item 7. Yes, ma'am. Ooh, good point. Does anybody have a motion to approve the consent agenda out there? Anyone? A board member, that is.
That would be the amended consent agenda.
The amended consent
Need
agenda.
a motion to approve the consent agenda, the amended consent agenda.
I motion to approve the amended consent agenda.
May I ask a question first? What in the consent agenda then is being amended? I'm confused.
L, correct?
Board member
Yes.
Wells, I'll read you the amendment that you all just passed, and that's to L. So the amended language now reads, request for approval of gift donation to Noshchity Elementary School from Whitewater Community Church for box of school supplies and self-hygiene products valued at $15 each for 63 students, in parentheses, a total of approximately $945 value.
I second.
Okay. Need a motion. And a
Do we
second.
vote?
Okay.
We didn't vote.
Vice President Haskell?
Yes.
Vote. Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
And I say yes. Okay. The consent agenda is amended. And superintendent will,
7A, right?
yes. For it.
We're going to go on to 7A, convene an executive session, discuss ongoing personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, discuss pending and/or threatening litigation regarding plant closures, impact aid, Yazzie Martinez and Zuni lawsuits, historic underfunding matters as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. We will now convene. We have to vote for that?
Motion.
Is there a motion to go into executive session out there?
I motion to move into executive session.
I second.
So let's take a vote on that. I'll help you out with it. This is for President Aspis. So let's go ahead, Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Board Member George, Board Member George,
Yes.
and President Aspis is shaking your head yes.
So we're going into this executive session.
Executive session. Those of you who
Madam President, or Vice President Haskell, you're live.
I would like a motion to exit executive session,
Motion to reconvene.
reconvene
In open session.
in open session.
Now you need to read that whole thing.
Reconvene in open session stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussed on ongoing personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1 H2 of New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discuss pending and/or threatening litigation regarding plant closures, Impact Aid, Yazzie Martinez, and Zuni lawsuits, historic underfunding matters as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1 H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
I so move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Secretary Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes. Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Sharon, did you get that? I can't see you, Sharon.
Yes, I did. And
thank you.
Just to note that board president left toward the end of executive session, Ms. Ray. Thank you.
She left right at 10 o'clock. She had to leave.
For work.
Okay, the next item, request number 8, requested action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting.
I have nothing at this time.
I also have nothing.
Board Member George?
I have nothing.
I don't have anything at this time either. I'll email if necessary. Moving on to item 9, plus deltas. Secretary Wells?
I have nothing for this item.
Board Member George?
Nothing at this time.
And Board Member Montoya?
Ditto.
Thank you. And I am grateful for all your input and the discussions that we've had. Those are my plus. Do I have a motion for adjournment number 10?
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
Secretary Wells, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
And I vote yes. It is 10:20, and we adjourn the meeting.